Okay, I just want to check my sound here. Okay, that seems to be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be asking throughout the stream to check my sound and stuff like that, because I moved my microphone. Because before, what I had to do is I had to take it from behind here and then, move it in front of me every time I wanted to use it, which meant practically my microphone would always be in the same space, so it would be sometimes clipping, sometimes be too quiet, that kind of thing. And I wanted to remove the kind of the variation, right? So that every time I can apply the same processing and therefore get the same microphone quality. Hello, Malogify. Immediately here. Nice to see you joining. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, so today I'm just going to go through the project that we worked on last time. It's the same thing, the same track. I don't have anything planned other than that, as I said, I wanted an extra drop in here, which I think I have even written down somewhere. Yeah, this. One more segment before the drop. That's what we'll be doing. I'm actually going to take off my vest here, because it's getting a little bit warm in this side of the house. Anytime I go into the kitchen, it's extremely cold because there's no radiators there. So we need to leave the door open, get some warm air in there, and then close it off again. Which means that in my room itself, it's actually going to be very, very warm. So I just want to move this, which is going to take some time. So yeah, I do need, as I said, I do need input or feedback from you guys on the microphone quality as it is now. For the stream at least, this is how I'm going to have it set up. And then I can myself just listen to the, the processing of the actual videos that I record, because those I record in OBS, which means that I can edit them. Right? And I can get a little bit more input gain on the compressor that I use, or turn it down a little bit lower if I need to. But that's stuff that I can fix myself. Either way, I want to add this in here. I want to add my sidechain, and then we can start filling it up. I'm making this fill longer, because this is where we're going to go from high energy into atmospheric stuff. So I need a bit of a long transition there, is the idea. Which means that we need to do another fill as well. It's gonna be fun. I'm always trying to, especially this last few days, I've really been trying to get into just better quality for any setup that I have. Basically, how should I say, the audio setup, the camera setup. I know my camera isn't the greatest right now because I'm using the webcam. As you can see right below here, there is a camera that I've listed, which is $500. I'm trying to raise money for that, either through the streams like this. If you guys feel like donating, you don't have to. Obviously, I don't want to force you out of your money. But if you are feeling generous and you want to help with the cause of improving the quality of my live streams and my videos to the point where they were before my camera broke, then you can do that. I don't know if I want high pass here, actually. And I need to actually fix this. Yeah, but either way, the camera should hopefully become better, either through, as I said, donations to the stream itself, or through the masterclass that is going to come out hopefully within this month. hopefully I can give you guys the guarantee that I will finish and fix and edit everything that I need to edit and get all the work done to just get the masterclass out at this point, because it's been half a year, which is obviously way too long. Let's actually, maybe I want a high pass here. Why not save a bit more for a 4K camera? They are a little bit more than €500. Well, theoretically, even if I were to record and edit my videos in 4K, my screen recording would still be 1080p, which means that even if I were to use my camera full screen, I would not actually be able to use the capabilities of that camera, because at the end of the day my video is going to be, you know, the lowest common denominator will be what the resolution of my camera would be. So for that reason, a 4K camera wouldn't like actually do anything for me. Maybe it will be a slight improvement in quality, but just going to the Canon EOS 2000D plus the lens that I saw, that's combination, from what I've heard, that's quality-wise just a good camera. Yeah, I don't need 4K anywhere, because the only reason why you would want a 4K camera is if you're going to produce 4K video, which I cannot do, because that would mean I would need a new monitor as well, which doesn't really make sense for me to do now, because I just got a new monitor. I mean, it's been a few months now. So it doesn't really make sense for me to get a 4K camera. And this one, from what I've heard about the cameras, this is a good camera. And I mean, it's good enough, right? Also, I have other things to pay. Bills. Mainly rent, stuff like that. Gas. Okay. In here, we also have issues with the loudness. That seems to be okay. I want to check against here. We're not doing any high passing or anything like that there, so that's good. I think I'm going to high pass into this fill just because hello? Just because this transition is so big. So I'm going to move this here as well. Oh wait, I need to, yeah. Ableton delay compensation at its finest again. Many good reviews, yeah. The only thing that I need to figure out, that I haven't figured out, if it's going to work well with the current setup that I have, in the sense that when I record, I have two versions of OBS open, right? OBS is the program that I use to record and to live stream and everything. And one does desktop recording, so it creates a video file of just the desktop, the screen that is on here, and then the other one just does just the camera, so that in the edit I can decide afterwards which parts are face cam on desktop and which parts are like full screen, which to me makes my videos look better. The way that I used to do that was through just recording onto the SD card and then using OBS just for the desktop. But what happened was, with my old camera, when my old camera started breaking, the one that I no longer have, the first thing that broke was the sensor that wrote to the SD card. So when I plugged it into the computer through my Camlink, the little device that allows you to turn any HDMI input into like a webcam that can be used in OBS and whatever. When that happened, so when I saw that the footage from the SD card was corrupted and started to become grainy and glitchy and all that kind of stuff, it was still recording well into OBS and into my Camlink and everything. So that's when I switched workflow. And now, just thinking about it, it's a better workflow, because then you don't have to go back there, take out the SD card every time you filmed something, put it in your PC and do all kinds of transferring. This way I can just record directly onto my hard disk and I don't have to move things off the camera afterwards. So that's just a bit nicer. But I think looking at the camera just like in the photos, they show like a little, what is it called, one of those rubber flaps behind which there are usually ports, and there is some kind of logo of like a screen onto it, which I'm assuming is like an HDMI output, but they don't show it with like the flap open, so I cannot verify that, at least not on Amazon. But that's something that I can check. And then again, once I actually have the money, I'll take some actual time and do the actual research of which of the many options that are out there are actually good. This is just so you guys kind of have an idea what I'm looking for. This might not be the exact camera that I end up going with, but it is the goal. It is the goal to get that kind of camera, right? An actual good camera for content creation is the hope. Because now what you can see, like if I go into full cam, I'm very, very dark, right? You can barely see which parts of this is my t-shirt and which parts are the background. So I guess some people use Elgato or is it old now? I think Elgato, what the Camlink does specifically because the Camlink is their very cheap version. When I say very cheap, Elgato used to be like $300 for the capture card, right? That's what it is. It's a capture card. What this Camlink is that it's a lot cheaper. So when I got it, I think it was like 80 euros. But this was 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago. But yeah, I still use Elgato. I think the workflow is very nice of being able to take any camera and use it as a webcam. Ooh. Because there's not any like standardized way of connecting your camera as a camera or as a webcam to the PC, because most cameras aren't designed for that. Even nowadays, with like streaming in mind, when it comes to cameras, streaming is still an immensely small market. Also a market that still competes with, webcams. Because at the end of the day, if I had good lighting, I can probably fix this webcam and make it look infinitely better. But I'm constrained with the fact that I'm in the angle of my room and the fact that the lights that I have are just IKEA lights, right? They're not professional studio lighting. It's like the same as with audio. You can buy the best speakers or the worst speakers that you want, but a large part of the quality of your speakers depends on the room that you put them in. And it's the same with cameras, in the sense that the quality of the camera is fairly largely determined by the light that you work with and the light setup that you have. The difference though is that with cameras, the webcam that I have now, just the sensor is so small that I just don't get enough light to actually work with it. So I'm like, if I go in my full cam and go into webcam, I can actually show this. I have to do a whole bunch of boosting here. My gain is at 240 out of 255. Here, this is the setup that you use for camera control and everything. Normally with a camera you should not add any gain to it. This is a bad thing, because it is an unnatural way of kind of like adding light to it. So that means that what I'm doing here is just kind of like a hack. And still, as you see, it's not like it's looking good, right? It's not like I am that I look well lit. With a professional camera like the one that I have in the little goal down below, it should be a lot better, because the sensor is just like 4 times, maybe even more, in size, so it just gets a lot more light in there, and therefore I would have a lot more light to work with. Anyway, let's quit talking about cameras. Let's just focus on the music for now. I want to, first of all, as I said, we want this drop to be a bit longer. Let's look at our structure now, just to get an idea. It looks a lot better than we started off with. The break is it's slightly smaller at the end. Like in the end, we didn't end up with, I think we subtracted 8 bars from everything we considered break. The only difference being that this now isn't really a break, it's just the kick and bass kind of like slightly going down, which aids in the transition into this bit here, right? Because this is what we did. Oh wait, I still need to set this guy back. Now it's fixed. This is still technically kick and bass, I would say, but it's just going into a break. I remember having trouble with this transition here, which is something we'll probably look at.
Not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Simulation that somehow we are hallucinating, much like being.
Maybe if we do it like this, this already works a lot better.
Cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
I don't know if I want to keep this here. It's kind of a strange atmosphere already. I want to try something. I removed this old vocal that we had in here, which sounded like this. Which is a cool vocal, but doesn't fit the track. Right, this is how it was. It doesn't really fit. Let's see what happens if I do it like this. Okay, there seems to be a little bit of a problem there. One thing that I want to do is I want this halfway, because for vocals being the main element, I think that's a little bit more logical. And that means that this element has to go, or we put it somewhere else. What I'm going to do is, because we have this issue with the timing, if you didn't catch what I just did with Amp Freeform Phase, any Melda plugin, with the way that Ableton is designed specifically, this doesn't happen in any other DAW. Any Melda plugin, I need to go in here when I open up the project, turn this off and turn this back on, which is annoying, but it has to do with the intelligent way that Melda plugins are supposed to calculate latency, and they depend on the fact that latency is compensated for on a per plugin basis, which in Ableton is not the case, right? So that's very, very annoying, having to deal with that. So what I'm just going to do is take everything after it and we'll record this. And the cool thing about recording it is that I can do like takes. There's a few of them. But I can just take as many takes that I want. I can go here. Let's solo this. We want this post effects. We want this to be 0, and then we want to carry over the -19 here to keep things organized and get it as loud as possible into here. Yeah, I need to go out of there and then look into the take lane, and then shouldn't it be recording from there now? Why no record? Oh, there's more tracks that are called 102. Of course there are. No reason. Just get a bunch of recordings like this. And now I should be able to just drag them all out here. The cool thing about recording to lanes like this is that theoretically I can put everything on its own lane and then select exactly which sounds I want for which things to play. But I don't really need that. So I just use it to look at how much I've actually recorded. And now we constantly have the same sound. And we can determine if that sound is correct for this spot, right? Turn this off. I want to keep it because I want to know obviously where I want to, or where I need to put these things.
Matrix.
Let's see how it transitions in there. I do like this one because it's all very, very low, right? All fairly quiet and dark, which gives a nice bit of space to the vocal. So we'll keep that. Then here, let's see what the track sounds like here. Okay, we can go a little bit brighter maybe. Okay, I don't like that one. This is what a high-tech producer feels like, always getting little audio snippets and then listening which variation of whatever sample and hold setup they have works best. This one's kind of cool. Let's mark this. I'll use white for the ones that I like. That way if it's not the one that fits here best, I can use that in another space. I like that this kind of has the same tone. So this one kind of works. And then here. If you wanted to have the same rhythm to this melody, we do like this. kind of layers nicely on the actual melody. I'll probably have this fade in at some point or something like that. I don't know. But I'll leave that there for now. We have another one, which I'm just... Let's drag one in and see. We have some kind of effect in here, right? Yeah. Okay, let me quickly think and listen to this. What if we move it around like this? Okay, so what that does for me is, because we moved it around, this higher energy bit is like later. I guess we could use this here as well. That way, again, in terms of the vocals, the vocal kind of finishes here, right, towards the end, and therefore it doesn't battle as much if we have, because this is a lot louder and a lot more mid-range heavy, so we don't really want that combating with the vocals. Okay, so let's move on to the other spaces. We have 2 more spaces to fill in the current production, in the current way that it's sounding. I'm going to try this one here. That's a strange spot for a reverse kick, but okay. Okay, I'll use this as the final one. I think I like that one as well, if this works here. And if that's the case, then we have all that we need. Okay, which means that we can delete this. And we can ungroup this, move this back to where it needs to be. Which means we carry the -19 again, and then Control-Shift-G. Excuse me. Whoa. Whoa. That was a disrupting sneeze there. Almost, no, it completely flabbergasted me. Okay, so the things that we need to work on now then, now that we have that fixed, is again this transition, right here. Which, I mean, we kind of fixed with this, extending this thing.
Live out our lives.
What if we do like this? Maybe not all the way up to like 3 dB, but we go down here. Let's go like that. And then up again.
Is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
want a little bit more power around this area, but I don't... There's like one resonance in here, that one.
Live out our lives.
We don't really want that. So this is 2.
Live out our lives. Live out our lives.
It's a bit bigger.
Live out our lives. That somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Okay, that's nice. There's not as many people as there are normally in chat. Strange. I'm assuming a notification went out because my Logify showed up immediately. But still. Normally at this time there would be at least a few more people than just one. Yeah, so now let's look at the I had notification. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't see why there would be an issue with that. But sometimes YouTube does weird things and stuff doesn't work. We'll see. Maybe later the people will come. It's been a while since I streamed on a Sunday, no? I mean, it is my normal streaming day. At least I'm trying to stream every Sunday, at least. And then a few times in the week, kind of at random whenever I have time. So normally the Sunday is where people expect me to stream. But still. Where should we go from here? Here we have kind of the two things, which is the ARP here. And it goes into this. I don't want to go into that again, because I think that will be boring. What we can do is... No, that would destroy what we have here. I thought maybe we can take what we have here and put that here, and then have this sound also play here, right? Which would be kind of the standard way of doing it. You would have your themes of drop 1, and then you would have your themes of drop 2, and then you would go back into the themes of drop 1, kind of like a movement going from one theme to the other back. But I really like what we're doing here with this build, and we would lose that then. I just want to quickly check something. These risers, if I make them go to here. Maybe even this shorter.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
Does that make sense to do more?
Now let's begin.
Because I feel like that space is taking up a little bit too much from the vocal.
Now let's begin.
I don't know. I like that the kick and bass is obviously stopping earlier.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
I think I'll just keep it the way it was, and then I'll do something when I get into mixing to actually make the space that I need for the vocal. Maybe it's just that the vocal itself just does not have enough like high-end power.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
Yeah, it needs a significant boost, I would say.
Now let's begin.
One of the things that I actually talked about and discussed today in my masterclass, which I recorded this morning. Not the final episode, but the episode before the final episode. There's one more episode of mastering, and I think I'll leave it there for the masterclass sake. I had an idea of just going into like release and everything, making an episode about releasing your track, but I don't know. At this point I also just want to get it out. But one thing that I noticed there, and one thing that I commented on specifically in my masterclass, is when it comes to vocals, understandability in vocals very much lies in everything above 1K in terms of frequency range. We really don't use the lower frequencies of vocals to understand what is being said. Those are for tonality of the vocal. Like, does it sound metallic? Does it sound, these sound very processed, right? Which comes from the resonator or whatever I'm using somewhere. I am using something that like resonates it. This is for sides distortion. This is reverb. It might be in the sample already.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
Yeah, this already has that kind of resonant, tony, gritty feeling to it. That comes from the lower frequencies. Understanding the vocals really comes from 1K and above. There's nothing in the lower frequencies that allows us to actually understand what is being said. So having enough high frequencies in your vocals is very, very important. And having those come through. So maybe part of my problem is not so much my vocals not really coming through, but the fact that we have these drums up here. Maybe if I just remove those.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
Can stick around to watch and chat, but have a good day and make some sick tunes, bro. Thank you. It's a shame you can't stay around, but I appreciate the support nonetheless.
Now let's begin.
Maybe even just that one. I'm just experimenting with which ones I want in here.
Now let's begin.
Maybe just this one and not the lead one here. I should classify this as a riser at this point, right?
Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
I think that's okay-ish. I am going to classify this as a riser. So boom. Let's drag that down in the correct group. Please just go down faster. Big projects in Ableton. Okay, so let's keep that and go back to what I was saying actually. I want to keep this transition in here because it transitions very, very nicely into the asset line, right? Especially this last bit. That really makes sense to me. So that's why I'm not going to strafe away from or having this part in here, which means that I don't want to have this sound in there as well, because that's just going to be too much with the way that we've set it up now. So we cannot go for the traditional 1-2-1 kind of theme style for the drops, which means that either we make a new element in here or we find some very, very creative way to reuse some of the elements. What's this? Ooh. Oh yeah, that's the transition thing. That's nothing. What other elements could we maybe use? We could start off with this thing in there back again. Not really. It's gonna be hard finding all of the right elements that should fit there. Because the problem is, if I take just a copy of one of the drops from here, then the structure is not going to make sense, because then you have like 1, 2, 2 in terms of your drop. And if I take something from here, it doesn't make sense, because then you have 1, 1, 2 or I should say maybe ABB and AAB, right, in terms of theming, in terms of which elements you put where. So I think the best course of action is to just say, okay, this is our common element between it, and that's just going to link drop 1 to drop 3, even though the link isn't that strong. And we might find some other things. Maybe we'll use like this fill somewhere, right? See what happens if I just put this here. I'll do that, but without the delay on it. Then that is another thing that links this to the last drop, because that's the same kind of fill, right? Maybe I get some vocal shouts more and some other things in there, which means that for here we would need a different element, which means adding another main synth kind of thing. Which I have no idea what I want to do here. I mean, everything is kind of already done in this track. So coming up with a new synth is going to be... I guess we can phase blend. We can do something a little bit more complex sound design wise. Let's just start off with something basic. This is in G, right? Been writing a lot in G sharp, yes. Let's make you a bar long for convenience. Let's make this a bit shorter, like that. And ooh. I do want to do something interesting here. I could try... I have access to my modulators back, right? Yeah. Okay. So what if we maybe use like this as a modulator? Let's try it on a triangle maybe. Okay. You can maybe get it to align nicely. Right, have this kind of continue in there. Maybe it's a cool idea to turn this into kind of the classical bandpass thing. That's very gritty sounding. Maybe a bit too much. Let's go like this. Okay, so this is too high of an octave. Okay, we'll add... Let's add, for now... See, I need to go here, because this doesn't work through the menu. I still need to fix my menu, by the way. Freeform face. There we are. We'll try to freeform face it, see if we can get some cool sounds out of that. If that's gonna work. Let's go low quality on this. Here, you can see that it messes with the timing, right? I have to go down here and... Okay, let's say that I want to strafe... Oh. I did something wrong there. Okay. Yeah, let's go like 100, 100. Let's try signs. That's obviously going to mess it up a little bit and move everything around and stuff. Really, it wasn't meant to be used this way. What if we do pulses? Hello? Or this one? Why you no update? Ah, that's the one before. Okay, nice to know. This does not allow me to set oversampling, if that's a factor in here. I don't know. I'm assuming that it's the quality that determines the oversampling amount, or the maybe the FFT like window size or something. It's side mode, yada yada yada. Quality determines the size of the FFT kernel, which hugely affects CPU consumption and audio processing accuracy. Okay, so there's no oversampling in this thing then. Well, this makes sense. There's, I mean, yeah, no, this is filters. There should be some kind of oversampling, right? But it's not there, so. Okay, so this is not really doing anything. The problem with this technique, the freeform phase technique, is that you lose a lot of the attacky kind of quality that it has, which I don't want. So let's leave it out. Let's see if we can do some cool stuff with... I'm just gonna name something random, parallel choruses. And I'll leave a chain before it so we have something to play with. Let's have 2 choruses, one at 3, one at 2. And I want them to be very low, no depth, if possible. Which it isn't. Alright, off to a great start here. I mean, what we could do is use a macro on the depth and then have, maybe not all the way, maybe we'll redo that. Actually, let's go through a remap to do that. You do remap, go up, go down, and then this is going to control the remap. That way we could potentially just set maximum amounts here, and we don't have to redo the modulation of what the difference is. Right? No, hang on a sec. Then this one needs to go out and go to remap like this, because we need to invert its modulation. So this then goes here, and this then goes here, which technically would mean that they switch around, but if I move this to halfway, they should both only go to halfway, I think. No. Okay. Let's try that again. What I would want to do is be able to set the amount with just one, because that makes it easier to see. So that means how would we do that? What we would want is we wanted to do the reverse modulation. Let's keep this. Okay, so this goes, let's set this at halfway so we can actually think about that. And we can experiment. This goes to full all the way. What we would want is it for it to subtract from here, from this value, from its maximum value. Oh, we could use limiting or scaling, sorry. We scale it by this value or the thing in there. Yeah, that's perfect. Then we can set like a maximum modulation amount. So that means that this goes full reverse, like so, which is the one that goes to here fully. This goes here full and here full, which means that now it's flipping, but theoretically if we set this to maximum and then scale it down, it should just work. Why is it now? Is that what it needs to do? Uh-huh. Now it's still going higher. Let's think for a second here. We first need to do the remap, and then we can do... Hello, Mindbee. Nice to see you. Nice to see some people show up. We first need to do the remap, and then we need to do the scaling, because otherwise it's going to mess with the way that we remap. So we're going to need 2 remaps, which are going to be both set here and here. And then we'll set up a macro for this guy here. So this goes from halfway up. Oh, and we want it to go to 1, because otherwise it doubles. Okay, you want both of these to be unipolar. And then these go to our remaps. And then we can turn one around and scale this up. So theoretically, now it shouldn't do anything. Now it should go to 50%. And then whatever we set the value to, this modulation is going to swap back and forth. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. We're having some fun with some creative sound design here. I just kind of dove into it, and I have no idea what I'm actually going to make out of this, but it's hopefully turning into something nice. Let's loop this so we can play. Yeah, I would like, thinking about it, I would like it to be on the delay without any depth in it, which I don't think is possible in here. Like if I just set it to 0, it's going to stay at 0.5. The reason is I want to modulate this delay myself, right? Hey, does it not go all the way up then? Ah, it's because it's not at the full. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So now it's going back and forth. So in both extremities we'll have a chorus that is like no delay and a chorus that is very high delay, which makes them offset. But in the middle they will both have the same amount of delay, which in this case is a few milliseconds, which is good. And then we can set the extremity here of our modulation. Now we could add to these different delayed versions, we can add different sounds or effects or whatever. I shouldn't say just random things. Yeah, see here the flanger allows me to just set a static flanger if I turn off motion. Which if I set them to like both, we should be able to play with that. Let's see what happens if we randomly modulate macro 1 with a different random than the one we use. We go plus, here, macro. Yeah, see, if we want that glitchy kind of effect, we can go full. And if we don't want that, we don't go full. Now, the cool thing about this is if we want more delay from our choruses, because the chorus at this point is just a delay, right? Disregarding the slight movement that we gave it. These are just going to be delays. And this is just adding some kind of glitchiness to it. And we can set the amount of glitchiness from no from nothing to that, right? Okay, so let's say that we're like that. Let's play with the flanger here. You can still hear the slight modulation happening from the chorus, which I hate. I don't like that that's happening. Let's just set up some macros here for this. And then the offset as well. We'll go from... Actually, we can do that unidirectionally, because it's just gonna be 360 degrees, and then it goes back to its original rotation, right? No, apparently not. Yeah, I want you to move through the whole thing. Why are these now different? I know these graphs probably don't matter, but why are they different? What's the point? Shouldn't they be the exact same here? Let's turn on scroll for both of them. I guess we need to reset them. That's kind of cool. Let's, now that we have those three macros, let's assign them to individual macros here. 1, 2, and 3. And then we should be able to automate them. You can just point them down and make them bigger. And 3. This might end up in the video. If this synth sounds good enough and cool enough, I might throw it into a video. Oh. I want to, because I feel like this kind of glitchy vibe is really what people are looking for nowadays, like inside trance. So okay, let me quickly check which one is which. Okay. Okay, so that's the one that makes that sound glitchy. This should be the one that does like the motion. Okay. What I want to do now is a little bit of a pattern in here, where we go like this. 55, maybe. Let's duplicate this over and set this to 100. Let's play a bit more with this. That goes there, and then we have our modulation. We go up here, up here, up here, and up here. I'm going to add a random here, and I'll set this to no trigger. Ooh. Never. Make a bit of like a glitch machine kind of vibe here. Why does this not have that much phaser feeling to it? Let's try it again by using these settings maybe. If I tell this to do note always. What I want this to be is in sync with my DAW, which it currently isn't. Hello Spectrum, nice to see that you're joining us as well. So ideally I just want this to synchronize with my DAW, right? Why is it not doing that though? Wait. One thing I, by the way, wanted to do with these parallel changes, do like a little bit left-right processing. It's kind of strange, this phaser is not really doing what I wanted to do. I guess we can just make our own phaser. Slice EQ, right? Yep. 1, 2, 3. So this is like a 3-pole phaser almost. And we should be able to just set positions and get the modulations that we actually want. The reason is because we really don't have any low end. Let's put it before here. That's why we have it. And we'll throw on like 3 of them. That's kind of cool. We'll put a compressor in front of it to control it. That's kind of cool. Let's take this idea and let's make a shifted version of this. And we'll obviously have high compensation because we want them to be the same. Maybe we should have that before. Actually, you know what? We'll have one pitch shifter before here, full mix, and then without any panning. That's kind of cool. Now the only thing that we really need is to add some movement, which we can do again with this, but we can do it like with like a notch filter maybe. Let's delete these. And let's turn this into, yeah. Where do I select things again? Oh, it's this, yeah, of course. Boom. Here. I think we have not enough stuff for us to hear the movements. Let's check in here. Let's remove this temporarily. We go full like this. Give me 2 seconds. What if I take this, we set this to 2000. I'll make a few of them and we'll give them the same settings, but multiples. So all of these go full. We'll copy over this value. Like so. And then we'll have this be at 1000. This be at 4000. They're going to be like octaves of each other. This goes 8000. This goes 16,000. We'll make one more at 500 and we'll make one more at 250. Boom, boom. There we are, and there we are. And this goes at 500. This goes at 250. I guess we can do like 125 and then 67.5. It's going to be like our own little strange kind of movement filter, right? If that makes sense. So this will be 125, should be neatly in the middle. Okay, so my 167 or my 67.5 is off. It should be 62.5. Hello? Hello? Please don't do that. Okay, you can see it in the shape as well. We could even do half one more, and the benefit of this is, the reason why I do it so low is because of the offset, right? That gives us always, at any point in the frequency spectrum, if we like sweep this filter around, it gives us a nice spike everywhere. So this should be then 31.25, which is just going to be 31.3, which is okay. So moving this around, we basically have like a little phaser thing. That's kind of cool. What I want to do is set these delays that it's using, not to 10 milliseconds, but to like this, right? Very little. Maybe I'll even just remove this because I'm not... That's kind of cool. Let's add an LFO. Let's get this synchronized. Oh. We set this bipolar and we'll just go like this. It's doing some pitching, kind of. Obviously it's a bit of a mess now, so we'll need to fix some things around. First thing that I want to do is transient shaping. Let's see if the transients are actually detected. Not really. So then in order to do proper synced transient shaping, we're going to use LFO tool. There's a bit of a delay in here. Is that the course delay? And all of the delays of all of these courses and flangers and whatever, is that all aligning up to this much delay? If that's the case, then we have a real issue. You can see it's like at the off center almost. So I want this around here. And then this is going to be like this, right? Let's add an echo to just see what it does if we delay it and add a delay on it. I mean, it's a cool synth, but it's not the right synth for this. Let me just quickly save this as some kind of cool thing. How am I going to call this? Always name something thing at the end so that you know that it's experimental and you don't know how to describe it. Let's go back. We have it saved, so we can go back if needed. Oh. You see, this is too normal to me, right? Even though we're doing some cool stuff here. I guess we could do something here where, let's sync this, let's have this never trigger. Somebody added me on Steam. How nice of them. We go like all the way up. I know it's hard to tell what the numbers are, but we're just going all the way up, right? I said never trigger. Never. It's not really what I'm looking for. To be honest, I don't know what I'm looking for here. Let's just play again. What if I go with like a sync thing? This has a synchronize. Does the wavetable have a sync mode? That would be perfect. If there was a sync wavetable mode in here, we would be able to take any wavetable and just sync it. Is there one in modulators? Windows remap, no sync. Okay, so what I want to do is I wanted to use this kind of synchronization on an SSQ kind of wavetable. For those who don't know, the SSQ kind of wavetable is where you have my... You know what? We can just do that. Give me... Wait. We can just make that. It's below. Here. Somewhere. SSQ carrier. We can just use my carrier. And then have that obviously outside of the audio thingy. Now does it sync? Oh, it syncs in before. No. It syncs before the modulation applies. That's not what we want. Let me think. What if now I have to do a big thing. I want this to apply after we do the modulation. Let's get a full volume wavetable. If I were to do this, we can get it to sync here. But that's still the same problem. Unless we're able to sync after a point of the modulation, which you cannot do because it's always only on the analog, and analog does not allow you to do this kind of setup. If the analog was able to get like the full volume wave like this, that would just allow you to do that. But it can't. So we cannot do it. Unless one of these has a sync, loop, unison, no. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to experiment with isn't possible in Faceplant. I guess we could try it in Serum, but then I don't know what is going on, because you cannot really see the waveform as you can in what am I saying? You do see the waveform when you set up the sync. Of course. Right? Here we can sync any wavetable. In theory. Let's get digital SSQ, because that's what I wanted to do this with. That's kind of cool. That's the idea that I had. Let's see if we can make a more exciting rhythm. Something like this, maybe? I don't know. It's not getting the kind of sound that I want. Let's delete the modulation. Hello, Nicola. How are you doing? I'm just sitting here, not having any idea of what I actually want to do. Here's an idea. If we use Chaos 1, BPM sync mono sample and hold 1/4, shouldn't you why does it not, or does it need to be, oh no, this is tied to the node if you turn on BPM sync. Why? Why is nothing working today? I'm sorry, guys. Maybe Chaos 2 is different? Maybe Chaos 2 doesn't do that? Yep, it does it. I wanted to randomize every 1/4 nodes. But I only wanted to do that in the second half. I guess we can use, okay, macro 2, and then we'll aux it with macro 1, and then we'll use macro 3 as well. Hang on here. Okay, fill the cutoff, this is gonna go like 60, 60, which is maybe a lot for. Okay, let's have number 3 go up and then down again. That's gonna create a mess, but okay. Okay, then this is gonna go up here. Oh, and we'll have macro 1 be inverted so that it does not apply here in the second half. Why is that already there? That's not good. Here. Okay, now I can use an LFO to set macro number 2 position at random. So look at this. We'll set up some cool stuff here with the Max for Live device. That's something that I like to do. Okay, we get our LFO. We get a multiply, right? That's this. We map this here, and then we get some faders. Let's get a bunch. Okay, so this maps to the offset, going from 25 to 75. So that halves the offset amount. Goes from, I guess, -1 to 1. No? Either way, this needs to go to macro 2, which doesn't show up until now. There we are. Why is that not working now? Oh wait, I'm doing this wrong. This needs to go to the multiply. This needs to go to 0. And we want this from 50 to 100. And then we want this to be 50. So that's going... It goes from 0.5 all the way up, right? Yeah, but I have an idea of what I want to do. It's not that I don't have an idea, it's that the ideas that I had up until this point just don't work. Wait, I'm going to map this here, which means that this goes from 50 to 100. And wait, let's set this to 0. Why does this not actually multiply by 2 then at the output? Ah, we don't see the output here. Wait, scope wide. This is going to help us massively, the scope, to see the actual values that are happening. So okay. So this tells us that it goes from 0.5 to all the way up to, or from 0 to 50, but it gets multiplied by 2 the signal, which is good because then it goes full scale again. Which means that if we raise this, we can potentially map this to the multiply, which goes from -2 to 2. Okay, which means that this goes from, let's have it go from 50 to 75, and then this as well, 50 to 75, and we map this here. You cannot map a multiply to itself, of course. Okay, so we need to set that up again. The idea being of what I'm doing here, by the way, is that I want control over this LFO. I basically want to take the LFO and push it from one side to the other, which is just this, right? Wait, if we just do plus 0.5, then that does everything that I wanted to. No need to do this. Okay, so then this goes 75. Oh, and then this is half as well. 0.5 as well. Because we want this to just go halfway here. So this theoretically, yes. Do you see now I have a switch between the lower half and the top half? Which is what I want. Okay, so now I'm going to set this to 1/4 to get the randomization that I want. So this is going to pick a new value randomly every beat. And then we can move this up to go from the predominantly lower values to predominantly higher values over time. Okay, that sounds nice, but I want it to not skew upwards, because now it's skewing, right? It's going upwards. So what we do is we put in a sample and hold here, which should obtain a trigger. Now, okay, now I need to get some kind of trigger out of this, which is just going to trigger every quarter note, I guess. Which we can do by using another LFO, because we can set it to ramp down, and that will provide us with a trigger. This is getting deep. This is getting very, very complicated suddenly. Oh, I did that wrong. This needs to map to the trigger. And then you go here and then there. Yeah, okay, so now it's not moving up, which is great, which is what we want. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, it just keeps happening. It just keeps doing strange stuff, but... Okay, I want this to have a slight delay. We set a phase of 1%, right? Let me think. If we set the phase... Let me think here. If we set the phase higher, it's gonna go low. So if we set it to 99, yeah, you can see that it goes up. Which would mean that it should sample a little bit later, and therefore we guarantee that it's behind there. Yeah, now we can see that it always takes the same value. Which is nice, which is exactly what we want. Okay, let's get some better sound in here. Let's randomize all of this. This one should actually go. Okay, so we have the first part where it's rising. Okay, so this is the fourth time that it happened. I got exactly what I wanted to make, and now that I have it made, I don't like it. Which is not, it's an annoying problem, right? I like the first part, which is just standard. Which means that theoretically we can just remove all of the stuff that we just did, because the sound that ended up coming out of it does not sound good. Okay, I guess that the highest point isn't really what we want. We can set it to 0.5 to fix that, I guess. sorry guys, today inspiration or whatever it is that I need to make the sounds that I want is just not here. What the... It's just not working. I'm gonna do what Nicola said and try to do some random stuff. Let's get a basis for that. Yeah, preset time. I don't remember, did I ever convert the... what's it called? The glitch effects from D-Blue? I don't think I did, right? No. It's not showing up at least. Okay, I guess Snap Heap is the way to go. Because there we have the presets from Dash, at least. Creative effects. Let's just start by the first. Nope. Nope, let's try the Mangler stuff. That's kind of cool. Do I want this an octave lower? I guess we can do that an octave lower. I like that. Turn off automation mode and we go to the lanes. Let's go. Okay, that's our first take. Oh. I forget that you always have to delete everything then. Okay, next preset. Okay, we can take another take from this maybe. Wait. I have an idea. That sounds way better, because then we can chop it up however we want. Autogrid time. I don't have autogrid. I'm not a sample and hold guy. Normally all of the things that I do just work, so I don't need that kind of tools normally, but today is a special kind of lack of inspiration. Let's try this one again and get also a like nice full one of this. You can speed up your workflow if you change your BPM to 999 on recording. That's actually... Wow, yeah, that's true. The downside is that you wouldn't know what you're recording. And you wouldn't be able to check in real time if it's any good, but you are right in that that works. Yeah, that's kind of genius, actually. That's actually, yeah. I mean, you're correct. But I wouldn't use that, though. What's all... I mean, I guess it's kind of in time, but not really. I'm gonna make another audio track to see if we can sequence a little bit on this. Okay, so there we have like... Oh, we need to turn this off then. Okay, there I want just one. Let's go maybe here. Take this. This one is a bit strange in terms of sound. Okay, I want one of these, I guess. Actually, I want this one to be choppy, so maybe like this. Just seeing if I can put like a melodic idea together here. So this would be like our basis, and then we'll do some extra processing to make that actually sound cool. Maybe like a flanger or something. At least I think I want something that rises over the 16 bars here. Let's actually make it so that they're equally loud everywhere. So we need a slight boost in volume here, maybe. These ones go down 2 dB and then these go up 2 dB again. Now if we put everything together, we should be able to set this to 0 and have a pretty decently sounding. Yeah. Oh, here there is a little error. I see. Okay, so we want this to have like that. Just based on the waveform, right? What was the thing called in Ableton where you put audio sample in it and it plays different parts inside randomly? I guess you could make something with that in the drum rack, I guess. But you would have to make that. I don't think there is like a built-in thing that just does that for you. Okay. Okay, so that's cleaner. Now we at least have one bar to work with, right? Let's set this to like -15. I probably want like a phaser or flanger just going up. Please tell me I can make these static at least. No amount. Yes. Okay, so we have this go up to 1K or something. Maybe a bit higher, so that it's not so drastic. I guess too many notches. Let's go for 4. I like Chris, Glitch and Stutter added. There's a lot of people that do a lot with that kind of stuff, but I'm not really into the kind of glitchy sounds normally. Let's see what we're getting here in terms of movement. Let's spread them out a bit. Granulator. Granulator is for granular synthesis, not really for what we're trying to do here. I guess. Let's see. Let's quickly do a bit of compression saturation on this. I kind of like the idea here. I just want a slight variation of what of this. I don't want that many like rolls. I guess just one. I guess this is a better audio thing. Now, somebody just taught me the other day how to do this. I first need to remove all of the automations that are already existing here. What you want to do, if you want to keep the automation and just duplicate this, go like that. See the little lock here? Thank you, Vladimir. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm not entirely sold. And the reason that I say that is it's a cool sound. It's a nice sound and I like the sound. I just don't know if it fits the track, right? Because it's right after this. First of all, the fill just doesn't work here. If we are going to go for this fill, it's gonna go here. And then we just pause this here. Let's go try some. I do want to try this here. If we go 104, like that, that adds a little bit of extra movement here. It helps to go away from that. I think I need to take a quick break, guys, because I cannot even judge if I like this sound in the track or not, like if it works for me. Maybe it's with a little bit of editing and whatever I can get that feeling of inspiration, but right now it's just not coming for me. So I just need a little bit of time off, and I'll leave you guys obviously as always with a track. What I'm going to do, since I haven't really played the whole song here, just this one bit for the last, I don't know, 1.5 hours, all the time that I struggled with this particular synth. For this time, I'm just going to leave the whole track, and that way you guys can also judge if you think whatever I'm doing in here fits the rest of the track. Because for me right now, it doesn't sound like it. And that would be a big problem, right? It wouldn't make sense to continue on with the synth if it just doesn't work. So I'll have you guys listen to the track. Maybe you guys have some feedback or some other things that you might say, oh, this is maybe something that you can use. The original problem is, I'll quickly run through all of the new viewers here. We have 3 drops. 1, 2, this one is included, and 3. Drop 1 and 3 should have roughly the same idea and theme. That's kind of the structure. And then drop 2 should have something different. In drop 1 and 3 we mainly have this asset lead, which you will hear once I play it. Drop 1 also has this thing, which I'm not going to use in drop 3. Okay, so we need something here which we cannot really take from drop 1, we cannot really take from drop 3, so I created this other thing, and now I feel like it doesn't really fit. So that's kind of my dilemma here. If you guys have a solution, obviously write it in the chat. As soon as I'm back, I'll see it, and then I'll make work of it, and see if whatever you guys say is actually helpful, if it inspires me or not, and then we'll see, whatever. I find this unfortunate. I know it's annoying both for me and for you guys, because obviously the stream quality also suffers. So yeah, only thing I can do right now is take a break and be right back. Turn off this stuff.
Matrix.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation, that the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Now let's begin.
Okay. I have maybe an idea for a different sound here. I don't know. I still want you guys, your opinion, if you think that this sound works with the track. Apart from that, it's too loud now. Right? Thank you guys. Never had people say welcome back after my break. For those that don't know, it's a normal occurrence on my stream. Every few hours it's a good idea to take a break either way. This time I just had a little bit more of a motivation to do so. It's a cool sound. Okay, it's a cool sound. I like how it now works here with the fill. But I'm not liking the sound itself. So, what I want to try is, instead of this sound, maybe something with the vocal. Take it easy. Yeah, it's as I said many times before, it's always a good idea to take it easy like that. Make sure that, you know, you feel okay, have your ears refreshed, all that stuff. That's very, very important. Wait, I should have put these all together for what I want to do. Give me 2 seconds here. I'll explain. My idea would be to make a sound out of this vocal by like doing some kind of somewhat granular synthesis with it, but sometimes just letting the vocal play through so that you understand what is being said here. Okay, so, and then we can still use maybe the sound as like a backing sound or whatever, but not as the main sound for this track. Or for this part, sorry. What we would need to do is, let me just zoom into the start, loop it, length down, snap off. Something like this. Let's set its starting position. It's almost too long to work with this sample right now. Let's see how long this is if I just play it.
Now snap.
Okay, let's get the effects that are on here. Everything? I guess apart from the delay and the reverb, because we can add those later. This goes a lot lower. Let's make it so that when it loops it's almost like 16 notes, which obviously now it's a little bit longer. And we can make some kind of like glitchy effect out of it. If I just put a note down. That's not going to sound very good, right? So we arpeggio it. Maybe we need to make it a little bit longer for this to work. Something like this. Maybe that's cooler. But the problem with this technique is that you need to be very careful. Hey, why doesn't holding shift here work? If I hold shift, it just snaps to 0. That's very nice. Exactly what I want. Okay, I want this to end there. This is probably going to be fairly cool, right? If we get it to do what I want to do. What I think would be cool is to have parts of this repeat, right? So the simulation is obviously the key ingredient to like this track, right? But then we'll have other parts which are kind of like random. And we can have pauses because there's silence in this sample. We can have pauses in here. So here. It's going to be really hard to find the right spots for this. What if I just do like this? And then here we'll do something else. To raise the volume. I think the volume to actually make this normalized isn't 0, right? You can see it actually going louder. I think it's -3. Okay, for the simulation it's starting a little bit late. we get like emulation, which is not what we want. Okay, so that's a little bit late. I guess the S is there, but it's just not. Okay, I like that. I want this a little bit lower so that the simulation is. Oh. Obviously the OTT is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I can go down by 16 dB and it's almost identical in terms of like loudness. Kind of funny. Okay, let's plus this. You'll be very big then, which I don't want. And the sample start as well. You can slice the sample to a new MIDI track and then you can put an arpeggio in front. Maybe it's easier to work with. Yeah, but you don't have the sliding effect, right? Let me try something here. I mean, I know what you mean and that will work, but it's not exactly what I wanted to get from here. Technically, I could be doing this as well. Which is not sounding great. That's not what we want. This is kind of cool with the staccato version and then, or first the normal, almost normal sounding version and then like the very staccato sounding version. Okay, what I'm going to do is turn this off here and here, see what this does. Here I actually want to go and wait, what's it again to? What's the shortcut again to shift in the clip? To keep this length similar, do I need to select both of them? I want the clip length to be the same. Right? Or do I just... Yeah, that just doesn't... Is it this? Wasn't there a way to do that? Like, determine the starting point? Move this sample within the clip so that I can just go here. I guess at the end of the day it's just like this, right? Okay, let's quickly group these together, because now that we have the whole phaser thing and everything, theoretically we can do all of the processing on a group. 0 and 0, this will be like -5, I think, and this will be like -12. All of this can go apart from you. Hello Klaus, nice to see you. If I'm not mistaken, we can duplicate this over and we get our I'm late, didn't open the internet today. Don't worry, I'll always be here. Don't feel obligated to show up on my stream just because. Okay, so now to me it sounds like the S sound is a little bit too sharp. Right? Which theoretically I can just fix with an LFO tool. This is also something that I did this afternoon for the masterclass that I filmed. You go to, seeing as this is a bar long, I can kind of get to exactly where I want this S sound to not be so loud, which is there. We set a snap of like, let's go 16 here, and then I just shift this part down. We'll fix the fill later, because obviously right now with the transition it's going to sound very shitty, right? Because it just kind of appears. Nice Solution didn't use LFO tool like this before. LFO tool is one of, obviously it's not the most important mixing tool that I have, but it's one of the most important mixing tools that I have, because it allows you to do this kind of almost like compression if you know the time, right? Because this is just linked in time, right? So for example, say this one here, which is too loud for me. I can say, oh, I want to just compress this and I want it to compress it this much. I can just do that. In this case, it repeats every 2 bars. You have no longer held contests. Next contest or challenge will be next week on Sunday. Then we'll be doing another challenge / contest contest or whatever. But indeed, a challenge will be next week, next Sunday. I need to find some material to work with and a challenge to do. The problem is I don't want to use copyrighted material in any way. I've had a few people, I don't exactly remember who. I'm sorry if you are the person watching and you're saying I submitted something for a challenge. But the problem with doing challenges like this is obviously it's going to be on stream. I cannot have copyrighted material on stream because obviously then it gets flagged. Especially nowadays on YouTube, and I didn't know this, but there is the ability for copyright holders to take your stream down even while you're live. So theoretically, if I were to use copyrighted material of any sort, I would run the risk of just during the stream, that the stream would just stop. Which is not good if you're trying to interact with a bunch of people to do a challenge, right? So the idea is still there. We're still going to do a stream and have a contest, a challenge, whatever. I just need to find something that we can work with. Here is an idea that we can do. I'll just run it by you guys if you think it will be nice. Oh, you mean the remix competition? Ah, no. No, I haven't had plans for a remix competition yet. No, but that was a long while ago. That was very long ago. I can check how long that's... I think that's over 2 years ago, dude. But yeah, I did host that one remix competition. I think 2.5 years ago? Yeah, over 2 years ago when the Phantom language came out. That's when I did the competition. But that's a long time ago. I do remember that. That was a lot of fun because we had a lot of participants, right? It was a big thing. I hyped it up, stuff like that. What I'm talking about now, sorry if I was talking about something different. I'm now just going to do like challenges on stream where I give you guys some material to make a track from. And then at the end of the stream, everybody submits the track and we listen together. So it's contained within a stream. That way it's a little bit faster and it's like an actual challenge because you don't have like a month to work on it, which is usually what you get for a remix competition. I could do a remix competition. The album just came out. If you want to remix the album though, I mean, it's also partly for support. I offer remix packs. I don't know if anybody's interested. I'll quickly show you. Because it's good marketing, mainly. But I offer for the album, if anybody says, oh, I like this one track from the album, I would really like to remix it. You don't have to like message me or something like that. You can just buy one of the remix packs, which includes a license. So you're covered to actually distribute your remix, right? You can put it on SoundCloud, YouTube, Spotify, Bandcamp. You can sell it, you can make money off of it, and you can do whatever you want with it. There's a few rules, and the most important rule being you cannot claim copyright, like automatic copyright that puts it in like the Content ID system or on copyright systems for TikTok or Spotify or whatever, so that it doesn't take down other people's remixes or my original track. That's the only thing. So that's the only limit that I put on it. That's everything I'm doing right now in terms of remixes. I haven't thought about doing a remix competition for the album. To be honest, The reason for it is because I've been so busy with the album, I didn't want to have anything more on my plate, I guess. But it is, yeah, it would be a good idea to do some more contests or stuff like that as well. That was a lot of fun. It was a long while ago. I also feel, and this is nothing to you guys, but right when I did the remix competition, I had a lot more regulars in my Discord, which is where I organized it. And right now, most people who like regularly interact with me, I would say, are through my stream, is you guys. Especially people like Klaus and Malogify and Glip2, I think his name is. I'm sorry, but he's like the few letters. He's always here, or most of the time. There's like a few people who are always here with the stream, and my Discord currently does not really have that, because I personally have been when I started my Discord, there was no Discord for Psytrance production specifically. There was like one or two. Now every YouTuber has a Discord. So everybody kind of went into their own little community. And obviously when I took my long break off the internet, that really hurt my Discord, because it's just me not being there for a year. So my Discord isn't as active, so it's hard to organize. I'm also no fan of Fakebook either. Fakebook. Did I say Facebook? I meant Discord. If I said Facebook, then that's... Discord is a mess. Yeah, it's maybe a bit annoying to get used to. It's in terms of messaging services, Discord is the best out there for me to directly interact with my community if I'm not doing like live streaming or something like that, because it's organized, right? I can say, oh, here is my videos, here is technical talk, right? Here is the help forum, here is, if you want feedback on your music, there's a separate channel for feedback. That's very nice. So, but the whole problem with my Discord was that I did take that break and I was inactive for a year, and then I came back and everybody had moved on, which is logical. It's natural. But for me, that means that if I were to post something on the Discord announcing a remix competition, I would get much less interaction than I would before my break. Still, even though I have been back for a year and a half now, almost 2 years, right? That I can even show it in the analytics. You can see exactly in my analytics where I took the break from making content and just being online. What's the best way to show this? Uh, 2 seconds. Lifetime views total. Here. This is a nice graph of my views. This was my channel before I took my break. This is the day that I took my break, the 15th, right? You can see when I announced it, I got the last big number of viewers, and from there it was complete decline up until around, where did I come back? I guess I started posting in September 2021 again, 1.5 years ago now. And you can see it's still not as returning as it was during COVID. There's a whole bunch of different factors. There's COVID, everything, all that kind of stuff, right? Everybody was free during this time, and now life has returned. If we look at the last 28 days with the album dropping, this is what it was like for me every day during my first big time, right? But you can see the growth here. This was, if I had continued, I think it would have been like up from here, right? The views would have been maybe here, 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 like that. But I didn't do that, so everybody went everywhere else. And everybody got integrated in other communities and got to know other communities. Dash, Mute, Ollie Music. Everybody made a Discord. Everybody grew their own communities. And now it's hard to get back into it. Even still. I still know of people who used to be in my community and now just chat on other Discords. Which, I mean, if you're trying to organize something like this, is a little bit annoying. But that's life. If I didn't want to do that, I didn't have to take the break, right? That was, at the end of the day, that was my choice, and I became a better person doing that, and now I'm happy that I did. So, yeah, at the end of the day, it was all for the good. But when organizing things, when trying to organize events and stuff like that, I still see that I get less interaction than what I got when I was at my peak. Because you have to remember, when I was at my peak in the time before I took a break, I made a long format video, so a 10-minute video, every single day for, I would say, more than half a year, which is insane. Partially because I didn't edit. I just hit record, rambled for 10 minutes, and then posted it, right? Put an intro in on it, put an outro on it, done. Now, when I make a video, I sit down, I think about, okay, what do I want to say? How do I get to say this? What is the best way to present it? And then I start saying something. I say 5 sentences, and then I stop speaking, and then in the edit, I just put all of that stuff together to make it a coherent story. Which means that for me, personally, looking at my videos now, they're of much higher quality than they were back then, but they take 5 times as long to make, which means that I upload 1 or 2 times a week. And still, that means that I'm not driving as much traffic as I was back then. I am right at the point where I want to do all of the cool things that big YouTubers do, but I just don't get enough interaction to actually make that interesting. I could organize a remix contest right now and get 2 submissions, which is not really what you want, right? Then even for the people submitting, it's not really that fun. Because, sorry, when you submit to a remix contest, you want it to be a contest, not a challenge between 2 people or 3 people. So there's a lot of things that I want to do in that kind of realm that aren't really doable yet. But I'm getting there. I'll grow back and I'll get all of the people back and stuff like that. As long as I just continue doing what I do and making good content and entertaining people and teaching people, it will be better. I'm feeling the need to do this. Why is that at my... it's because that's filler? No, that makes no sense. This should be at 0. And then we can take these. Control X, Control V. There. Same with this. Control X, Control V, and then we just drag these points forward. I don't know why I am removing 1.5 dBs here from my kick and my bass whenever I'm going down. I just know that I'm doing it. I think it gives you a little bit more space, but it's not like it really matters, I guess. I mean, you can see it on the waveform, definitely. Like if I record this now. You can see it going down here. Smooth the transition, 100%. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this part here. Just quickly check. Okay, that's macro 1. We want this to be up. I want this to be up as well, 121. Not that it matters too much. Let's clean up some of these here. Like that. I want to keep some of the elements from here. So maybe we remove like this. Oh. Then I want to lock this. And then we should be able to duplicate. The reason for this is because then it still reminds us of what's happening here. Maybe this is getting a bit too much and we need to turn this down then. I'm going to turn this down because this compressor is just doing too much here. Let's try it like this. This might take up too much space now, right? Here we get some bramble and some mud, I think. My problem would be, okay, I like the transition, I like everything we have so far. My problem is, right here, we do a switch, right? Where we go from one synth immediately to another without any connection. I don't want to do that again here, and then again, oh no, that one is gone. So that would be like two switches in very short amount of time. The same kind of transition, which is not ideal, I would say. So I want to find a method for me to keep some of this in without it sounding garbage, I suppose. I guess we could do it like this, maybe. So this would be like the counter to this sound here. Maybe this works. That way they're not competing, like never. Let's see, what if we make this 2 bars long and then have this in here? Oh. I also want to call back to this here. Which is sitting right there, then. here's something I want to try. Just not have the clap here temporarily. Okay, so that makes no sense. There needs to be something that's... There's something that's bothering me and I don't exactly know what it is. I want to try just having the part where it says simulation, which is this. That might be a bit cleaner, because I feel like the other things are kind of in the way. What if we do like this? Simulation, simulate. That's kind of cool. Makes it a little bit more varying, I guess. Let's see if we copy these over. We'll keep this in here. Ah, this is something that's bothering me. This is completely mono. Okay, let's do some stereo stuff. One of the important things is doing like stereo work, right? This is separate synth, goes fairly stereo. This one, I want this to be fairly mono. Stereo processor. Obviously we'll drag this before the delay and everything, because the delay is going to introduce some stereo width. But I don't want this sound to be very, very wide with regards to the other one. I guess just the whole sound. Okay, so here's my next idea for this. We'll group these two together for the final grouping here. And I'm going to... No, that's not going to work. Sorry. Instead of grouping them, I'll just duplicate it. I want to have the feeling of the flanger come in before the flanger becomes noticeable here. So we'll add the flanger to this thing as well, right at the start. That way the listener can get used to the flanger being there. That's not the start. Nowhere near. Here. That's where I want it. So that goes through everything, right? Hey, there's a little issue there. Is that in here as well? Yep. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time, but very often I have these automation things that come in at key parts. So here I want this to be fully open. And then we'll go like this. We'll dry wet. Phaser, flanger, center frequency. This one goes here, goes down, I guess. And then we'll copy that over in here. So we'll have dry wet, phaser, center frequency, boom. And now they use the same phaser or same flanger thing here. Maybe this works, maybe not. We'll see. Maybe 100% is too much. In terms of dry wet, we can set this to 50 for both of them here. And here I want to remove one bass so that it announces that it's going to change. For these I'm gonna go delay off. This one also needs to have delay off from here so that the impact hits here. It's a nicer fill there. My head is starting to hurt from the headphones. It's a big problem with these headphones. After a few hours, they just start squishing you. I'm gonna do another hour though. I have another hour of time. At 9 o'clock I have some commitments. Calling with my parents.
Now, simulation theory.
Ooh, we forgot to remove the sample. Ooh, I have a cool idea. Just quickly thought of it. The whole track, this whole thing, I think apart from a few things here, which I might actually fix, now that I'm thinking of it. But the whole track falls in this principle where all of the timing is very precise between elements, right? This is always, with disregarding this single one here, there's always like 4 bars or 8 bars between these. There's 8 bars between these, and that's true for all of the elements, right? What might be cool is to just have this one element be half a beat off from that. One, so that this impact, that impact with the big chords and the whole vocal stuff and stuff comes through a little bit more, but also because then it grabs attention right at the moment where it needs to be, which is the break. I think that might work. I hope so, because I think it's a cool idea to do. It might feel off now though, but that's kind of the goal. Yeah, these ones are in the wrong spot. They need to be there. Following everything that's happening. I like it. Goes -7-ish. Or maybe instead we have it like fade in. Actually might just not have this here.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. simulation theory is the idea that we are... Now, simulation theory is the idea that...
Another idea here for the base. Currently, I feel like I'm completely back with my inspiration that I lost before my break, because now it's going the way that I want it to go.
Now, simulation theory is the idea...
I'm going to slightly
that
widen like these samples a little bit so that they cover exactly 16 bars here as well.
that the world that we live in is not the real world, just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Okay, still I have to say I'm not 100% certain if I want to keep this in here. Maybe I just...
That somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Let's have these guys go down significantly more here. Oh, why is it doing that?
Hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Hello Justin, nice to see you here as well.
Hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Hallucinating.
That's not the best sounding reverb. I'm gonna go with the Convolution Pro reverb that I like to use. This is the one, if you have Ableton Live Suite like I do, one of the cooler places is... I think it's Real Places and then the Choir Hall, if I'm not mistaken.
Inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
No, the one above that is Ellie Chapel, I think.
Like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Like being cocooned in...
I'm gonna have this slightly open up here.
Like being hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Okay, so here, in terms of volume, I'm gonna go lower actually.
Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. We all...
I think I want more power from this type of element. Let me quickly check. If I take number 5 and make it very... instead of that we can have the bass, I guess, come back. Not the pitch bend, the volume. Have it stay like strong here.
That somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Oh yeah, and then not have this thing. That's the annoying part of big projects, is that you have to scroll so much. I'm gonna get one very strong finger from all of the scrolling that I have to do.
Hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Hallucinating.
Maybe it's cool to have it a bit more stronger at this part.
While we all live out our lives.
Just want to check how it now looks on the waveform, because maybe the bass is a bit too much. I know that I'm not mixing now, so like individual volumes of individual items don't really matter. And it's going to sound completely different once the mix is done. But I do like to have a production mix that makes some sense.
Is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Live out our lives.
Okay, so this sound plays only twice. I wonder what's doing. I'm just gonna go very strong release on this actually.
Hallucinating, much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
And then bass wise here.
Simulation theory is the idea that we... Now, simulation theory is the idea
I'm hoping that
we are living...
this translates well to like speakers and the dance floor. Okay, so we're just using this here, not in the intro, which is nice to know. Let's give this a bit of distortion. I also want to EQ this a bit, maybe, to just get the sub out, give that low oomph power kind of feel.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living...
I mean, these transitions are going to cost me a lot of time still, so I won't bore you guys with them. It's not the most interesting part of the track. We have some notes actually. There's more transition. Here. Rearrange in a better way. This. The problem here was that we had overlapping elements, I think. Yeah. So this overlaps with this. Which means that we need to make a decision on which one we put where. And it's going to be the same No. Why is it not the same problem there? Okay, so here we have it in a different way, which is similar to there, which means that these are just wrong. They're in the wrong spot. Which kind of makes sense, because there's nothing there in this part. So this fixes a bunch of problems, I think. I won't want this one in here.
Matrix.
This does not sound like the kind of sound you would want in your drop. Right, this is from the break, isn't it? This could maybe work here though.
Inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Or maybe in this part of the drop. This is a little bit of a calmer part. Obviously more elements need to be added to that, which we'll do at some point. But there it didn't fit. What about this?
Matrix.
Okay, so this one.
Matrix.
And I don't want this, I think.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
Let's unwarp this, make it as long as it can be, and then pitch it up until we get like a small length like this.
Matrix. Matrix.
I think this fill needs some kind of drum fill in there, in between, like right here, right before the vocal. Let's see if I can make a drum fill. I think if I go in instrument racks, I have a drum fill maker. No? Fills generators. Drum fill generator 1. Where are these? Is that this? Yes. Okay, so this is one is like... I need to fix this as well. Let's go 116 to 1/8 here. All of that doesn't matter. Okay, let's record one of these and see if we can find one that works. Again, we can use the track thing, right? The track lane. And then it's 40 unnamed. We loop this, we'll record a bunch of them. Okay, let's have a listen to maybe this one. Oh. Let's see. I'm completely at the wrong point. I should be like right here. Sometimes you just lose.
Matrix. Matrix.
Sometimes you just lose where you are in the project. Happens to the best of us.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
I'm going to add a kick here.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
I want this to be... I can just...
Matrix. 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 Tricks. Trick. Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
And then we'll have a kick here. Okay, so this is minus 13. Nice.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
Let's have a listen.
Matrix.
Tough. It feels a little bit too separated. No? To me it does. I don't know. It's not really what I'm looking for, I guess. I don't know. Oh, by the way, quick question. In terms of now during the stream, has my audio quality been different? And if so, has it been better? You guys, the guys that are now here, are probably all like regulars. You guys know what my audio used to sound like. I'm gonna test it after the stream. I'm gonna go back into like the streams and check it for myself. But what do you guys think? Because I've made some significant changes to my setup. As in, my microphone is now on the other side of me. So for me it's much nicer because it will just always stay there. And I never have to worry about the exact position of the microphone. Because before, when I recorded, streamed or anything like that, I would take my microphone from like back here and then drag it like in front of me. Which meant that when I was just doing things, it was like out of the way and it was very nice. But when I was recording, every time the position would be slightly different. So sometimes I would have microphones that, the microphone that would record to quiet for my vocal chain, and other times it would be like clipping and stuff like that. So it's, for me, if I can get it to like a position where it's now, where it just can stay there for always, I don't have to worry about that. And technically I will always be able to just slap my same vocal chain on it. For streaming I have a slightly different one than for recording, because I record in Audacity, so that's like not real time. I can do a few more things, like the noise suppression that I do mainly. But it should ensure that whatever quality I have, it's going to be always the same. It does mean that my microphone is now about 20 centimeters further away from me than it used to be. So you get a little bit less of like that near field feeling that you would get from if it was like right in front of me where it used to be. But it's not so much a hassle for me to set up. So that's kind of the trade-off that I'm making here. Because my microphone, technically it's a little bit too far away for the specifications that the microphone like comes with. But if it's still good, we can hear traffic also. Yeah, there's not really much that I can do about the traffic, unfortunately. Apart from moving, which, given current rent prices elsewhere and the rent that I'm paying right now, is not really an option. Yeah, sometimes there will be a scooter or ambulances. You can you can hear the ambulances in here. The problem with this house is that it's like next to the main road and I'm on the first floor, right? So it's like right next to my window, there's a traffic light, and Italians being Italians, they will push the klaxon and or the horn or whatever you call it. And they are not really considered with the people that really live right next to the places that they drive. And also Italians being like macho and whatever, they drive cars that are slightly louder than they need to be. Like they'll be like I don't know, a Volkswagen Polo that's driving with its exhaust like cut in, you know, where they make holes in their exhaust to make it so that it makes more noise, so that they can like compensate for their lack of I don't know, like penis size. I don't know what they think they're doing, but it's just annoying. And especially if I'm like recording and in the middle of stuff and I'm like starting to talk and then one of those guys comes along, it's very annoying, but there's nothing that I can do about it. But if it's, as long as you guys can clearly like hear me during the streams, then obviously I can't do anything about traffic. During recording, when it's particularly loud, I just stop recording and redo that part. So that's no issue either. As long as the audio quality itself is good, then that's nice to hear. Because it's always a little bit scary trying to redo your setup and everything. Because obviously you want to present the best possible quality out there. And I don't know, it's maybe hard to understand, but it's when you reset up everything, there's so many small details that I might look over, that I might be used to, that you guys pick up on very, very quickly. So that's why I ask, right?
Matrix. Matrix.
Maybe a reverse in here.
Matrix. Matrix.
I think these samples are not the samples that I want to go for. Also, I might want to take out this thing here. I'll consolidate it so we do keep it up until right here with whatever volume we have. And then we can maybe reverse this. At this point I'm just experimenting.
Matrix.
Wait, this is not the... Or is this it? Aha. We'll try to reverse this one, see what that does.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
But if it's a problem while you're sleeping, you can use foam earplugs. I use them every day while and sleeping so I don't wake up to horn sounds. Yeah, no, to me, when it comes to sleeping, I don't know what it is. I can sleep anywhere and under any circumstance. Like even when my PC is on and doing like rendering and stuff like that, so the fans are spinning at its like loudest, and especially the hard drive like light, that when it flickers it like clicks, and it flickers like 50 times a second, so it's just like going like something like that, right? I can sleep through that, no problems. It takes me a little bit longer to fall asleep, but once I'm asleep I'll just get my 8 hours and then it will be okay. So for sleeping it's no issue, definitely not. It's just for the recording part. It's usually annoying because it seems, you know, there's this like logical fallacy where it seems that as soon as you hit the record button, every ambulance comes by and every loud car in the world comes by, right? As soon as that happens, then everything else is, everybody is coming by and stuff like that. You never notice it unless it annoys you. Which obviously it's not really true, it's just in your mind. But still. Oh wait, we already have an audio track. Let's see. I should have a bunch of fills, right? I'll have them sorted by length or by size. What is the BPM of this thing? That doesn't really work. Not really the fills that I'm looking for, I guess. All of these fills are so aggressive. Drum fills. That's a contact file. Will that work in Contact Player, this NKI? Because that's from a Psytrance thing. 100%. Contacts is this one. Right? Should open up the player. I don't have the full content. It should be one of the things that I'm going to buy later on, because there's a whole bunch of free things that I have that I just cannot use because it requires full contact. I think the thing was in here. Sampler patches, probably contact. Drums. Drum fills. Demo. That's a little bit aggressive here. Let's see if we can use this.
Matrix. Matrix.
I'm gonna freeze this. I have an idea with this. I put on music or rain sounds to sleep and not hear the neighbors. Yeah, that's a good alternative. If you have some good music, ASMRs, that kind of stuff tends to be very popular for that. I've never really felt the need to do that, to be honest. Ah, this is not even in time. Aha. Okay. Let's align this here.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
Let's see, maybe if we add a synth here, like this. Just something simple. That will work. Because right now it just doesn't really work for me. One of the things I've learned specifically on this project is that fills are very, very important. So that's why I'm spending so much time on them.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
Maybe if we do it like this here.
Matrix.
I reverse this.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
It's obviously too loud here.
Matrix. Matrix.
Actually want to... Okay, so the standard kind of structure for these like fills where you separate different smaller parts is that you have one bar, half a bar, half a bar. I like these two together.
Matrix. Matrix.
Like this sound and the Matrix vocal. Oh wait. I was listening to a Volcano last year to sleep. I think it was Hunga Tonga Volcano sometimes. Sounded really powerful. Videos to get asleep. That's very interesting. That's like ASMR, but instead of it being all small, crackly little voices, it's like low rumbles. I think, right? I'm assuming that's what it is. I've never really gotten into needing, or I've never really, let's say it like this, I've never really needed any sound to sleep, so I don't really know that space. But I do know people who benefit from stuff like ASMR to fall asleep, but I've never heard volcanoes or space things. I've had one or two times where, like, if, say you smoke with a bunch of friends and you just want to chill and not really have that intense feeling, what you'll do is you put on that kind of ambient kind of music, but never to sleep, right? It's just to kind of feel it more, right? To be part of that, almost to get a better high, I would say, but never to sleep. Okay. I'm struggling here right now. This is where I'm missing something. I mean, it's... What if we, just as a test...
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
I might have a sample for this. It's gonna take me a while to find. These were the first samples I ever got. This file here. Or this pack. It's not really a pack. I downloaded a whole bunch of remakes of popular tracks for FL Studio back when I used FL Studio, and these were all the samples that came with that. Those are not the fills. These. Very classic Melbourne bounce fills. Might not sound good here. Love listening to Alan Watts while sleeping, also great for sampling. Alan Watts has become a staple of Psytrance music just because of the things that he talks about, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what you would expect, right, from the Psytrance community. But yeah, Alan Watts and what's the other guy? There's two more guys. Makina. I know Makina and I know his first name. I'm just not able to pronounce it. Tanis Makina? McKenna? Something like that. And then there's another guy who is Terence. Yeah. Terence McKenna. Whatever, but indeed that guy. And then there's like a third guy that also does it. And the third guy I sampled for this track. Maybe you guys know who he is. He is this other guy, but he has a much softer yet darker voice. I'll get it. This one, I think. Let me check.
If I raise my hand, I raise my hand.
Yeah, this one.
Body?
Dash glitch.
Am I the body? We have to come out of what we are not. Now then, here you and I are sitting in a
This is not raw mix, so it's hard to hear.
few years this body.
I'm not going to open up the project, but I don't know who he is, what his name is right now.
He was a quiet man, an artist,
Here you can hear it better.
very conscious of his surroundings. A landscape artist.
Is this
At that time.
the Asian guy? I don't think so.
He taught me to observe nature.
I've even found this multiple times, the guy, but every time I forget. I think this is the YouTube recommended thing, right? Every time you actually search something, you cannot find exactly what you're looking for. Victor Schauberger. No, I think he's still alive today, the guy. Schauberger seems to only have... Or is this it? La tecnologia dell'arco. No, this is engineering. It was definitely like a philosophical relation. Ramdas lecture. No, I think he's British. I distinctly remember that there was like this big barn where he was interviewed for like 2 hours. And it was marketed as like ASMR. Because of like his speaking voice, right? Let's see if philosophy ASMR. John Butler. John Butler, yes, that's him.
present is such an important word. Now, the present moment, here and now, the present moment.
This guy.
You can hear the church clock chiming, can't you?
This is the guy that like, it's one of the guys that I sampled for specifically this track, right? I remember this because it was very annoying having to deal with all of the pops and the clicks and everything that's in there, because it is like this ASMR kind of thing, and ASMR, the whole premise is the little clicks and the little pops and everything that they do close to the mic usually. So it wasn't really good for sampling for music, but that's the kind of thing that you might be interested in for sleeping. Because it is, I think, made with that purpose, right? All of the little clicky things, that's usually what ASMR is. At least, I think. I'm not an expert. As I said, I've never really gotten into it. But anytime I hear something about ASMR, it's usually that.
Matrix. Matrix.
Let's set this to like -12. Make a contest where we sample you. Is there anything interesting that I say that you can actually put in a Psytrance track though? Here, we'll make some stuff. We'll make some stuff. What should I say? What's something like really cliche for Psytrance? Of course I need to get like close to the mic and everything. Smashing dishes. I'm thinking of like LSD is very funny. I don't know. That's kind of like the track that was posted the other day about the 10 reasons why Psytrance is shit, like that meta stuff, right? You could make something with that. I now want to hear Psytrance tracks including that sample. Just as a pre-drop sample. It's all very serious and then LSD is very funny. Yay!
Matrix.
I think I can make this work with some filtering on it. Something technical. Let's see. Can you hear the phase shift? Why are you aligning your kick and bass?
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
If I do like this.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
I don't know, do I like the drum fill in here? I'll have to get used to it, because I usually don't do it.
Matrix.
Wait, now that I think about this.
Matrix.
We can just use this as well.
Matrix.
Like that, we'll have... Ooh, there's so much stuff in here. I need to find where the delay is, so that the delay continues.
Matrix.
Oh, it's the frequency that goes down, of course, after the delay.
Matrix. Matrix.
Maybe then not with the drums in there.
Matrix. Matrix.
What delay am I using? This is Echo Boy on this one. If you want good recommendations, I would rather... Oh, wait. I can just do this. These are all the delays I use. The ones that I use mainly are delay here. Moodly if you want to get very creative, because I'll show you later, but delay, I use Echo Boy, I use Turbo Delay sometimes, I use BX Delay 250 sometimes. The one on voice, it's probably the Echo. My most used delay is the Echo, to be honest, because it's easy and quick and doesn't take a lot of CPU, and with 209 tracks in the project you really want to have a lot of CPU. Here for some reason I'm using the kilohertz delay with no feedback, so this is like a slap delay doubler. Then I have another slap delay doubler kind of thing with a bit of reverb. I don't know what I'm doing here. And then my main delay is the Echo here. Where's Supermassive? It's probably just not in the list. I have it installed. I might even have it in my list of plugins here. Yeah, Valhalla Supermassive. It's just not something that I use very, very often. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you Moodly. Moodly is interesting, and this is the only delay that I know that does this. It's very bad as a delay on its own, because I don't think that there is ping pong mode in here, which is annoying for Psytrance producers. But the cool thing is here, you have a delay, and maybe they've updated it and maybe it's in there now, but you have a delay, and then you can add effects before, after, and inside the feedback loop, which is very, very cool. And this is like 30 bucks. So if you're going to get a delay that you need for something very different, right? Then this is the way to do it. I don't know if the presets are any good. I think they will be. I mean, there's a lot of different stuff in here, which is very, very cool. I haven't made any presets for this, but this is a fairly strange kind of delay. It does get very crazy in the sense that you can really easily get it to have the feedback increase the volume every time it loops, which means that you get endless delays, which is not really what you want, I think. But yeah, it's a cool delay. If you want something new and you want something different, then maybe use that. I'm gonna Control Z. I do want that fill back, now that I think about it. There we are. Let's see if we just take like this.
Matrix. Matrix. Matrix.
I'll leave this in here.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
Go here, like that.
Matrix.
I think that's good. Let's just quickly have a look at the volumes that we're getting from that. I don't think it will be too crazy. Hopefully.
Matrix.
Okay, maybe the Matrix vocal does need to go back one. Or forward, I should say.
Matrix.
Looked for the convolution reverb you did, but couldn't find the one above something with choir, I guess. The convolution reverb thing is the Convolution Pro, right? I think if you just go in here, and then even this one, the one that it preloads with is very, very good. But Ellie Chapel is the fourth one. I don't know, this is, I think this is all stuff that comes with Ableton, so you should have it. But also, yeah, sometimes I leave it on this, sometimes I go to the Chapel one. I really don't use this too much. One of the things I did, which is interesting to talk about, and then I'll end the stream because at 9 I have to actually go. I have to call my parents because I promised them to. I made a auto neuro thing with it. This is very interesting. And I'm probably going to explore this technique in the future. This is what I'm doing here is I'm using convolutions that are very, very, very short, and then just using the filter in a crazy way. And together with all of its capabilities, you're able to create very, very crazy like neuro sounds from here. Not really that interesting for Psytrance, but I'm sure I'll find some sound design application for Psytrance as well. But this was really cool to make. Creating the convolution and then turning that into like a neuro bass or something. I think I posted it in my Discord at the time when I made it. I think about a month ago. I might still have the sample here to actually show you guys what I ended up making with it. In here, maybe? No. I think I posted it. I'll see if I can find the original post, because it wasn't that long ago. I'll just scroll up. It was probably in like Technical Talk, because that's where I put all of the crazy stuff that I do. Here. Posted the 8th of December. Listen what I made with this. That was very fun to make. Sometimes I like to do non-Psytrance stuff. But yeah. I actually have to go, so normally I would continue on streaming a little bit more, because now I'm actually feeling creative. But yeah, I do have to go. Either way, is there anything I need to say? I don't remember. I have a feeling that I needed to tell you guys something like at the end of the stream. Usually I have like, oh, I'll upload this, that. Oh yeah, masterclass. I filmed another 2 hours of footage for the masterclass, which is the second to last episode, which means that at the end of, or maybe even before the end of the month, but 100% at the end of the month, the masterclass is finished and uploaded and everything. So, I say this because last time somebody actually came into the stream specifically asking about that, so you guys are actually very, very interested in that, which is good to hear. I like that. So now you know. The masterclass is being worked on. I said in the last stream that it's very annoying to work on those kind of things because it involves a lot of editing, right? Last time I showed you guys that the chapter for mixing was 4 hours after editing, which means that I had about 7 hours of footage to all watch and cut, and then make sure that the cut is in the right place, and then make sure that all of the audio doesn't like click when the cut happens, and then I move on to the next section, remove the parts in the middle, and then I go on and on and on, and I do that for the whole 7 hours, which is a long time. And then you have to put the face cam in the right place, look through it again, make sure that the face cam doesn't cover too much important information. I found a spot where I think it's in the best position and all of that. So you have to do like multiple times watching through all of the footage that you've collected. So that's very annoying, but I did make another chapter and I'm gonna spend another 2 days of editing it, and yeah, it just takes a long time to get that kind of stuff done because I suck at it and I hate it and I'm demotivated to work on anything like that. But once it comes out and once I'm like more than halfway done, I usually get the motivation that I need to finish it. But that does mean that towards the end of the month, it's gonna be done and it's gonna be uploaded to my Gumroad for everybody to get. And as I said in the last one, $50 for just the video, $100 for video, stems, and projects. Yeah. Okay, so thank you guys for the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it, even though we started off not feeling that creative and not getting that much done. To be honest, I'm gonna say it, I don't feel like I got that much done today, not as much as the last one, but still. Also, yeah, what I want to do in the next stream, that's what I wanted to say. In the next stream, I want to try out Bitwig again, because one-time experimentation is not enough to draw a conclusion on, is this the kind of software that I might potentially work with? So that's maybe something that you guys might find interesting. Next time that I'm going to stream, I don't know exactly when that will be, but I'll be testing Bitwig again. And at some point I'm going to turn it into a video on why I might switch or why I might not switch, what would my recommendation be for others, what would my recommendation be for new producers, all that kind of stuff. But I do want to take my time to, you know, do my experimentation, my research and everything. So you guys get to see that with me, live, just like the last time. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, nothing else to say. Thank you. Bye bye. See you guys.